If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 4th of July 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Flemington. Now Flemington is in Victoria. This is hands down one of the top tracks in Australia, and it is one of the top tracks in the world. And we've got about 9 races today here. The last time I checked, the ground reading was heavy 8. Now it has moved to soft 7. So the ground reading is la that. And we've got 9 races. Now this track, the tricky part is the straight, which is the 1000 meter and the 1200 meter races, which happens on the straight. This is the trickiest part. The rest of the track plays normal as usual, like any other tracks in Australia. But this track offers generally anywhere about 40% to 50% on the odds on an average. But today we have some very strange races here coming up, and the horses are from all over the suburban tracks in Australia, Victoria. So we've got some very tricky races. We will see how we work with those numbers here, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out or highlight them. So we are here with the first one, which is a 1200 meter quality 2-year-old, and we'll take the market snapshot before we start talking about the horses. There are no scratchings. 4713. Okay, so the first one is a 1200 meter quality, and there are 2 of these horses which are with negative leverages. they have ideally they have not been included in the odds. The question is 4 or 7. Now, if we look closely, what's happening here? The odds are right. The 4 has the form line. Okay, the 4 has the form line, and it is the one which doesn't have any drop, and the rest everybody has a drop. That's one way of looking at it. The 4 is with a very strong green line on the form line, and that's the linear, right? It's a 279 linear. The 1 is getting into a negative here on the resistance side, so that probably is not a great idea. But this thing can so now let's take a look at how the jockeys are being aligned. Okay, so one thing that we have identified during the weekday races, that when the jockey is on tuned to the higher side, this is the higher side. Okay, this is the higher side and everything else is lower. So when the jockey is tuned to the higher side, that becomes a resistance. So when we see that and we look at what is happening here on the 7, that is where it becomes a little tricky. Why? Because the 4 has the form line, jockey is adjusted on a higher node. 7 doesn't have the form line. I mean, it has partial form line, but here it drops and the jockey has been given an advantage here. The others, if we talk about the 5 is a negative leverage, so that's not happening. 3 probably is there in some way or the other, but the 2 is also dangerous, which is here. This is a 54, this is a 54.5. Both are doing the same thing. Both has the same jockey arrangement, but the difference will be here on who is carrying the higher weight. So that's the 2. Okay, so but this horse has no races, so this is the first time it is going to be running. The 2 has no races. This is the first time, it's the debut. So whether the 2 is going to get there or it is going to be 7 and 4 a queen, that is something we will be able to figure out. Or if the 2 gets in between, we will also be able to figure out that, because at the end of the day what will happen is the jockey and the weight that the horses are carrying will make a difference. Now the 4 is the right odd because of the form line, but the 7 has the advantage over the jock. So ideally, in this kind of a situation, the market here in Flemington is very strong. They kind of are very difficult to contradict with, and the odds are right, but the 7 has an upper hand. So now we'll see. This is the first one, and the second one also has a lot of negative leverage horses, but we'll see how that 7 gets placed. I like the 7 because of the fact that we have seen how how it works with the jocks when they are being treated like that. So this basically is an arrangement which is being done by the house. I mean, it doesn't matter who is riding that horse. Okay, 4 probably is being ridden by Craig Williams, who is one of the best jocks. We can see the weight here. So that's one of the best jocks who's riding this horse. That's that part of the story. And this one, 7, is not among the orange guys, but he's not also not one of the green guys. So and that's the advantage which is there. So we'll see how that works. Okay, I like the 7 because of the fact that you know, when everything is so prominent on the face, we have often seen that failing. when this happens, that everything is on the face, and you're forced to make a decision on the basis of the form line, it often goes wrong. And so that opens up both 1 and 7. Okay, that opens up both 1 and 7, but 1 is on a pressure line, and that's a green guy who is doing that, and then there is a negative resistance on this. So 7 has an upper hand, 4 has the form line. So let's see how that works. I think I'll go with one of those once we have taken a look at those at the paddock, but this is generally the first one I generally avoid, and we'll see how that works. Okay, Jimmy, welcome back, Jimmy. Good idea. The thing is very simple, Jimmy. Today I was very upset the moment I saw that Flemington was heavy 8, because we need some numbers, and we need some numbers from both of these 2, 3, all of these tracks. The Randwick, the Flemington, the Sandown. The Sandown I couldn't finish during the weekday, Wednesday, because I had some technical issues here. They were cutting down, they cut down the power lines here in my area, so I had to quit after the 6th one. But the point is this: we need to have some very strong, relevant numbers. How they are managing it here. How they are managing it here is what we need to be able to identify in a concrete way. We have a fair bit of idea what they're doing, but this thing has to be absolutely on its thing. Ideally at 1200 meter, the one should win. That's the top weight. Okay, but that's getting into negative, doesn't have a form line. So that's one side of the story. And if we look at the jock and where the position is, that's on probably on the 3rd line or the 4th line. So that's where it comes. But if you look at, again, 6, that's a strong negative leverage. Look at the jock, how that has been managed. So we got to figure out how this thing they are managing, which I think is something that we will be able to do once we have a clear understanding from the major tracks. This is basically what they are. This is something that the house is doing. That is something that I figured out, because if we look at the top weight, where it is coming from, where what is the capability and all that, and then it is getting into negative, that is there. The fact that it doesn't have a form line, which is there, all that is good. But what is also important to understand is how they're managing the jocks, and why the jocks are at times they are clinging to the rails when they can simply, they can simply avoid the rails and take it up. So this will give us an idea of what and how they're doing. So we need to get a very clear direction from these tracks. So I was very upset this morning when I started working on this. That was about 2 in the morning or 1 in the morning. So I looked at it and it was heavy 8. I hope that it recovers and at least becomes a soft. Now it is showing soft 7, which is a good sign. But we'll see how these things actually translate.
The series final as put to the sword goes in. Vivid Storm, who sat wide and still won at Caulfield last start with One Day at a Time. Terrific hunch, looking forward to it. So lovely to be with you this afternoon for 9 races on finals day. 2 to get set here. They are Super Will and also Stars of Dom, who is into red and white figures on the VOP at $1.95. As the last couple get set. Now, the last of them to move along will be Super Will. Super Will here with the Jamie Mott, who rides plus a half. More support for the second elect resolutely into $4. So finals day about to get underway at Flemington. Soft 7, rail true. Stand by for a start. Ready to go, gates are back and away. Stellar Cypher from barrier 1 broke away well with resolutely from barrier number 3. Stars of Dom isn't too far away from the action. And then came Vivid Storm out deeper on the track. One Day at a Time is using plenty of the track and plenty of time to come across. By Put to the Sword, who tucked in behind those, and Super Will is last of the group, approaching the 850 marker. Resolutely Vivid Storm together with One Day at a Time out wider. Then Stars of Dom, Stellar Cypher. Next Put to the Sword is a bit keen, and Super Will is at the tail, approaching the 600 marker. One Day at a Time on its own up the middle of the course is the clear leader now by a couple of lengths. Resolutely Vivid Storm, then Stellar Cypher. Stars of Dom out deeper on the track, and then came behind them Put to the Sword and Super Will. One Day at a Time now rejoined by Resolutely and also Vivid Storm. Then Stars of Dom clipped up 4 deep on the outside and running on Resolutely. 200 metres to go, led a length and a half to One Day at a Time. Stars of Dom and then Stellar Cypher the inside, resolutely approaching the 100 now. Stars of Dom is lifting the outside. Stars of Dom took Resolutely, and Stars of Dom Willow in July.
4-7.
Resolutely. Photo for third, One Day at a Time or Sword. Then came Stellar Cypher, Vivid Storm and Super Will last. 112.7 the time. Stars of Dom. $1.90 and $1.30 for Ben Will and JD Hayes, who saddled up 3 runners in the contest. She's been racing well, chasing Divine Dot there at Sandown, and then chased a good one in Bouvet last start. The Stars of Dom first look at the straight. She's acclimatised well. The filly by Exceedance out of Rose of Sharon. Craig Williams waiting to push the button. He did so at the 200, and she found from Resolutely, who kept kicking on the inside. It's a stable Cornell up there, Stackhouse for Team Hayes, and third will be a good go between Put to the Sword and also One Day at a Time. Probably Put to the Sword by a pimple there in the first race on the card. 4-7 had a photo, 2 dozen the third put to the sword. Ben Allen for Leon and Troy Corstens and Will Larkin. 1 day at a time in fourth. 1:12.74 the time. 4, 7, 2 and 3. 4, 7, 2 and 3 your placings for the next generation sprinters.
So 4 and 7, 4 went through, 7 had the adjustment, but the form line actually spoke. So the 4 and then the 7, then the 2, which was here, and then 3. The 1 did not get a chance. We'll go to the next. So that was the first favorite home, okay? No scratching. 3, 2, 1, 4. Three is the right odd. 3 should win. Rest, there are a lot of other horses with negative leverages and all those things are happening. Like here, if we look at what happened, none of these guys actually got into the 6 or the 5 or any of those. They did not get in because of the negative leverage. And we have all these horses which are absolutely negative. So whether they have jock, doesn't have jock, it doesn't matter. But 3 probably is in the right space. When it is difficult to believe what will happen, where will it happen, because That's how it looks like, but 3 is in the safe custody, probably. What needs to happen on 3 is the fact that the jockey has been racing with this horse, but he has not won anything. He has not won with this horse. So 3 races, still nothing. Here is a question mark why it has not been performing and why this jockey has been failing. Today it looks like it has the arrangement, so probably yes, 3. Then what happens? Then a lot of things can happen. These are on higher ends, so I don't know how they will cope. But this is a LR, and in LR, if we have negative leverage horses, that probably is something that is very unwanted, but they're there to create the confusion. The 3 is the right order. Let's see how that works. Gate, welcome back, Gate. Gate, what are the two in, what are the 6 in race 2? You know, even I've been, you know, even I've been thinking on that. So let me explain what the confusion here is. Okay, so 6. We'll take a look at what happened at Rose Hill on something similar like this. So if you look at Rose Hill, okay, this is Rose Hill. Okay, we'll take a look at this particular one, the 8, and then that was also a LR on 2000 meters. This is not a 2000 meter, this is a 1600 meter, but an LR should play LR. Okay, a listed race is a listed race. So here the 8 actually won, which was a 7-year-old gelding. Why? Because of the jockey adjustments here. Okay, so the 8 won, and then the 11 actually got into the second position. Why? Because of the drop. Okay, that is the low pressure. That was the lower weight with a drop, which actually won, came in second. So we spoke about both of these horses during the races here at Rose Hill. So now the thing is, here if you look at what was the scene, they were not in negative leverages. All right, they were not in negative leverages. That is the difference here. Here, if you look at the 6 is the exact replica of the 11. Okay, that is the highest drop on a 1600 meter. That is going to be carrying the lowest weight, which is a plus. But having said that, this horse has the negative leverage, though it is the lowest. All right, it is the lowest. It is not the highest negative leverage, it is the lowest. So is it possible? We will get to see. We will get to see, because the moment there is a negative leverage here, what basically is a negative leverage? It says that the horse is not good. Okay, and this is pretty much accurate when it comes to the results. These horses generally they don't get it. Okay, but like that, what happens with that is something even I want to see. If you look at how the jockey alignment is on this, is superb. The 8, the one which actually has the arrangement in the LR, okay, the 8, this is the one which actually has the arrangement. Okay, so if you look at that's 8 is the same replica of that horse, which is because of the jock. Okay, this is the same replica of that 7-year-old gelding, but look at that negative leverage. I do not have the nerves to go with it. The form line is absolutely pathetic, but that's the jockey alignment, and the jockey is looking like that. So yes, you have a point on 6, but that's like that. And here on the 8, there is an arrangement of exactly what happened at Rose Hill. If you look at that, okay, so that was a 55 7-year-old gelding, but the thing is, it was not a negative leverage. Here is a 55 negative leverage, absolutely in a devastating state. So that probably is a bad idea. But yes, We'll see how that 6 gets placed, but you have an eye gate.
But they're staying at the moment. I'll talk to the traders, find out what it's going to be in tap time soon, Marto. But in the meantime, I picked up a great pair of tap sunnies. I can see you with these on the golf course somewhere, Marto, I reckon.
Yeah, maybe on the ski fields, but that's about it. I see a Dragons fan in the background as well. Good luck to him. And to me, they take on the Tigers a little bit later on in the NRL. We're rapidly approaching the second event from Flemington today. Cracking days racing down south with finals day, and it's a Taj Rossi Series final. First of 4 listed races for 2-year-olds. Skater, you're with Star of Macedon, hit the line hard last time out. Extra trip today looks ideal.
Yeah, I think that's the key point here. AJ, those glasses are doing a bit. You can see through time, Nelly. That's fabulous work. But very good afternoon to you, mate, and Davo and Joyce here, and punters, most importantly. Let's try and have a win today. This horse was terrific last time. Look, he just picked a tough day at Flemington to be a long way back. He missed the start. The winners weren't swooping. He didn't quicken at all, but his last 100 and through the line, it was very powerful. So, look, either he's no good or he's looking for a trip. So I think it's the latter. If it's the right form, the Fontaine Jewel must be a danger. I mean, he beat him and he sat 3 wide, no cover. So I thought it was all on him. Copan Gun with a big weight swing on Fontaine Jewel must have a case. If you're looking outside of those, it's Mawerba who comes through a good strong win in Sydney and beat one who's pretty well liked with odds on that day. They beat third clearly. So a really competitive Taj Rossi Series final it is. They all try 1600 for the first time. My numbers 3, 1, 2 and 4.
And you're on top of Star of Macedon, best backed into $2.60 off $2.90 in the trade today at Tab. Woober best back to beat it for Craig Williams and Team Hawks, $3.40 into $3.20. Fontaine Jewel goes the other way. Nothing dramatic though, $4.40 out to $5. Copan Yarn number 4 for Lachlan Neindorf is $7.50 into $7. Key players there from this morning to now with the Tab fix. Late figures bookies, $2.70 posted 15 minutes ago for the fave into $2.60. Mark Woober's best backed everywhere to beat it, $3.50 into $3.20. And shapes like 1600 first time will suit the Wootton Bassett 2-year-old who set them back 400,000. Arrives here at start 5 today, Mark Woober.
Yeah, it's it. It was a good strong win latest, wasn't it? That was a Rose Hill. He got the run one off the inside and beat Friendly Fire, who was an odds-on favourite and well liked. I referenced that cap to third, generally a good sign. You go back 2 runs, and this horse is on the heels of the Machine Gun and Clock at Canterbury. They both went to Queensland, Eagle Farm, and well, the Machine Gun won a stakes race. So the form around the horse is very strong and clearly a winning hope.
Copan Yarn is 7.50 back to 7 with the bookies. Just skipped over there. Fontaine Jewel, which is $4.20 out to 5. The only nibble at longer odds is from yesterday. Real nibble only. 16.18 back into $17. Star of Macedon, a colt by Zoostar, and suited by the step up and trip today, you'd think, Gada.
Yeah, he looks that way, doesn't he? He's not quickening in his races, both Caulfield and Flemington last start, but then builds and is strong through the line. So that tells me, when I see that they're looking for ground. We're about to learn something either way. Happily on top.
As we take your trackside to start the early quarter, here's Matt.
Ordered by Dylan Dunn. Important opportunity for Dylan as well. He's making a good fist of returning to the saddle, but a good opportunity here on a favourite in a listed race. Formerly the Gibson Carmichael. Now Kopangan is about to join the line, and to complete it is Frankel's Word. Frankel's Word comes up to the outside. Set to gallop. Stand by for a start. And away they go. Fontaine Jewel jumped away pretty well with Mulwuba, who's the initial leader, and Kopangan is showing some lick as well. Out deeper on the track from yesterday is pushing up, and also the rank outsider Stunning Kitty is making a force towards the front. So the leader settling is from yesterday by a half length Stunning Kitty. A length and 3/4 away third Mulwuba, and then came the outside Kopangan. Fontaine Jewel fifth the fence at the 1200 metres, about a length and a half Star of Macedon, 3/4 of a length Achy Breaky Heart, and last is Frankel's Word. The leader, as they reach the 900 metres, is in the yellow distinguishing cap from yesterday by 3/4 of a length Stunning Kitty, a length and a half Mawuba third, and then Kopangan. Fontaine Jewel is next from Star of Macedon, Achy Breaky Heart, Frankel's Word as they reach the 800. From yesterday was Stunning Kitty, who just goes up to test the leader a little here, then Kopangan inching closer outside of Mawuba as they approach the 650. Star of Macedon's 4 off the lead. Fontaine Jewel is just inching away from the rails, and well back in the field Achy Breaky Heart and Frankel's Word as they run the turn. They've got to From Yesterday and Stunning Kitty as Kopangan made a line of 3 at the top of the straight. Mawuba's trying to edge into the clear, goes back towards the inside, and Fontaine Jewel is starting to burst through the pack as well. Star of Macedon right down the outside. It's Kopangan approaching the 200 metres in front of Star of Macedon, Fontaine Jewel, and Mawuba over on the inside. It's a good race here, 100 metres to go. Mawuba drives through and takes the lead from Star of Macedon. It's Mawuba from Star of Macedon, and Williams again. Mawuba a half length. Second Star of Macedon, third Kopangan from Fontaine Jewel. A gap Achy Breaky Heart, followed then by Frankel's Word, Stunning Kitty, and after leading From Yesterday dropped out to finish a bad last.
First two on finals day, Flemington to Craig Williams. Mawuba goes back-to-back. Sydney 1 week and Flemington the next skater, and looks a promising gelding.
He certainly does, and he was simply too good there. I thought those 4 all had their chance, and second, third, fourth came through the race at Flemington. One.
Two went through. So they generally will not. The 8 was trying, but did not happen. So what happened here is the fact that it is again okay, we'll go to the next. No scratching. 4, 5, 6, 1. That's not 0.5, that is 5, -5. Like this one was a 0.5, that's the reason, but this is a -5, okay? This side is anyway stronger. So one thing is for sure that, you know, the revised weight, like where they're coming from, is one side of the story, but this side is pretty strong. Okay, this is something that I've noticed in during the weekdays also. So this is true where they're coming from. This is the weight which was assigned to them in the previous race, and this is the weight which is assigned to them in this race, which is translating like this. But the capacity, the ideal weight, which the one, if we look at what is happening, and this is exactly what has been happening on Sandown as well. So one thing is for sure that the IW is absolutely spot on in the place, because if this is higher, that means that capacity is higher. Okay, the capacity is higher, then we adjust the drop and everything else, along with the jock, which we are closely monitoring how the jock is placing. But if we look at the results, what happened, the first one, this was not in a position, that was -9 on the leverage, so this one went through, this one was getting into that. Second one, these two were 57, though the 3 was a linear, everything was in place, but the 2 actually went through. Even the jock was on the higher line, so the horse played. But here is the catch. The catch is this, that, you know, there's some kind of a form line in these two. Now here the thing matches, the 5 matches, the 4 should come second. If that horse is that good, it will come second. But this is where it should work. This one is going 5 step up, so that probably is not going to work because there is no jock support, but this one is the ideal one. So can it go here? I don't know, but with the form line, this one with the jock will get there. So the question is, this is on a difficult side, this is on a low side, so we'll take, this is doing absolutely disastrous, and then it is here, but that happens 5 7 is on the neutral side, 7. It's a 53, which is on neutral. This is 7 on it. Neutral 53, 4. So 7. I should win. The high side. 58, 69. I should ideally win. Let's see, this is one step up. Here it is 3, here it is 2. Here it is on the check side. And out here, these two, so I should get in. Two, four, 55. I should win. 5, 4, 1, 7. 7 is too much. 1.5, 2.5, 1.5, 54, 55, 55, 55, 4, 1, 7. Let's see how that works. 2, 3, 4, 1. 2, 3, 4, 1. Yes, Jimmy. Gate 546. Yeah, the thing is, this one is in a fantastic form line, so that's 5-4. Now, this one is dicey with the form line, but this is strong. And if we look at these two, that's 1.5, 1.5. This is in the middle, 5-1. Then you're skipping that and you're going to 6, which is also right in its own way, but the 7 probably is going to talk. We'll see how the 7 talks. The 7 probably will talk. I mean, why I'm saying this side is stronger than this side is because if you look at the results, what happened at Sandown the other day, though it was very heavy, right? It was extremely heavy. So if we go through the first one in the race, so if you look at how things worked, so the 1 was the favorite, it did not get there, it was a 56. What actually happened was 3. I thought the 2 would get there, but the 2 did not get there. This one actually got through. Okay, so the capacity has been working. I mean, this the ideal weight which we are calculating through what it is being assigned in this race, what was assigned on the other race, previous race, and this one, which is they're carrying on the horse and what is carrying on the jock. So that basically is what it is. So yeah, so the 3 won. 3 also had the arrangement to win, but it did not have a form line. If you look at that, the form line was here a little bit, 1 had here, and 4 was the best, but all of them were negative leverages. Now look at number 2. So if you look at number 2, what happened is the 9 won. Okay, here the 9 actually won. Why? Because they were chasing, and this was a 59, and this one actually won. They were 59.5, 59.5. They were chasing, did not have the right jockey arrangement, and then the 9 actually won. Okay, they were like that. So we spoke about that, and the 11 also got there. Then here again, the 4 was the favorite, but the 4 did not win. We spoke about this at least for 10 minutes. We spoke which one is going to, how do we feel about this? So this one actually went through 0.5. I have 57. 7 went through. Then here the 7 actually won. Again, 57, 0. Then we did this was one of the freaked out one. The 5 actually won. But then again, if you look at what happened, there was 61 stable here, but it won. All right. So that happened. Now this side has, I think, the ideal weight is kind of very stable on its own. But the confusion arises when there is no form line, and that becomes a risky affair. But this thing itself is a very risky affair. Point is, we'll see. I think the 5 should win. Then it is 4. Then it is here. The 4 has to be really good to beat the 1. The 4 has the form line. Everything is good. And here is the answer to this thing. So this genius has been riding with this horse, but he has never won with this horse. That was a concern that I only had, that he has never won with this horse. Why he has never won with this horse? We spoke about that. He's never won with this horse. He's been riding it, and every time it is second position or third position or something else. There's something not right with the way things are with this guy. I think that's an issue, because he's been on this horse, okay, and he had the arrangement, everything was looking good, but still the physics played here and it got beaten. Now ideally they are both 2 step down. This one is down from 56. Here the capability is 51.5, which is lowest, but it is carrying 54, and this one is a 57.5, dropping 5.5 kilogram, becoming 57 here from 59. It's a drop of 2. Should win, but here is a form line, okay. I like 5-year romance in good situations. You never have a good, you never get a good situation. It is always about a decision that you have to make. There is nothing called a good situation. Doing horse racing and getting involved with horse racing is the worst situation. There's nothing good about it, but if we can crack it open, then it'll be something worthwhile for everyone. But for that, we need to crack it open. So this is a 51, this is a 58, jumping 3, 57, jumping 2. So 5 should win. Problem, form line. Okay. Problem is form line.
Win though. So she's on top anyway. Duchess Sue, that was her first defeat on wet ground at 1400 latest, and she was just no match for Stylish. She beat home Miss Aria there, but there was nothing between the three of them on the line. Stylish won that race, of course. The challenge for her today is the relative weights and the wide draw, but she can clearly win again. Enna's Dream, the pick of the roughies, $19. She's in my early quad. Fancify can give you a great sight. Likely leader here, gate one. Soft seven's okay. I wouldn't want it any wetter. She's next. 5, 4, 6, 7.
And we got joint favourites at 420. Duchess Sue 330 out to 420. And Miss Aria, the Gately on top of for Craig Williams, chasing 3 straight to start the program. 5 this morning, 390 out to 420 late. Stylish is 460 this morning. And it's just into 440 being sold all day. Fancify gets out by a couple of dollars to 750. Go to the support for Barbie's Dream World for Jamie Mellum, number 9. And it's $14 into $7.50. She's been freshened as she attacks this second up off a lengthy break and won that jump out at Mortlake since.
Yeah, look, the return was sound, let's say. She was off that long break you referenced. She was 5 into 480 to win that. And it was a strong race at Swan Hill. Kay Yin Cheer beat, Make It Sweet. You know, they're bottom end Saturday grade horses. She'd be fitter. The last time she was second up, she went to Geelong and won. And she won in good style. So, look, drawn for a good run. I could see what they're thinking.
Back here with bookies as well. Barbie's Dream World, $10 into $7.50. Bookies' favourite is Miss Aria, $4.40 into $4.20 alongside Duchess Sue, $3.70 to $4.20. Stylish, very solid everywhere, just behind both, and $4.60 into $4.40. Then Barbie's Dream World. Silent Shares at longer odds still is Gavin Bedgood's horse, number 10 Gator. It's $21 into $18. A winner on the Lakeside at Sandown, 2-back.
Yeah, and beat the Belmont Gangster, who's won twice since. The run prior, or the last start at Flemington, she was in the market. She just picked a day to where you couldn't hook out from well back and run over them, and that's what they tried to do. She still looked some sort of hope when they straightened, but they just weren't winning out there. So happy to overlook that run against the race shape and pattern of the day.
Your topping, Miss Aria. She's a smart mare, dual Group 2 place, and she looks close to a drought-breaking win.
Yeah, she does need that other win, the next win, doesn't she? But I don't think she's disingenuous at all. She really tried hard last time when she was ridden positively with the blinkers. I think from that draw, they will go forward again with Craig Williams in great form.
Also, it's really solid here everywhere is Stylish in your mix number 6, and she ran third to Miss Tarzi in this race last year.
Yeah, she did. She's drawn a little awkwardly and has that relative weights against her. Soft seven's okay. I wouldn't want it any wetter. She's third pick and a winning hope.
And Bears in action. Leilani Series Final with Matt.
Toad favourite Duchess Sue at $4.20. The Shore Goggles Leilani Series Final for the mares. Ben Allen bringing up Stylish and the field set. Ready to go. Plenty of yelling from the jockeys at the moment. Now things settle. And they're racing, and a beautiful line away from the 1400 metres, getting a squeeze shortly after the start. Miss Aria goes back to the end. Time Bandit began well with Fancify. Duchess Sue isn't too far away from the action, with Enna's Dream underneath of her. A length and a quarter away, Grid Girl. Picking up ground, Miss Aria zooming up on the fence, and then Barbie's Dream World. Stylish back to third last today. Silent Shares on the fence, and Lady Jones is at the end of the 1,000 metres. So from the inside draw, the leader is Fancify by a length. Time Bandit. A length and a quarter away, third Enna's Dream, then Duchess Sue, who pulls at the 850. Grid Girl out deeper, Miss Aria the fence, and then Barbie's Dream World. A length to Stylish Silent Shares, and Lady Jones is at the back. Approaching the turn, 650 metres to run. The leader is Fancify. From in second place, Time Bandit. Enna's Dream looking for a run. They were followed by the outside Duchess Sue. Grid Girl always wide, Miss Aria the fence. Further back, Silent Shares, and then came Stylish, brought the widest, and Lady Jones is at the end. 350 out. The leader is Fancify, stoked up three quarters. Enna's Dream the inside. Duchess Sue is tanking up. Behind those a wall, including Stylish, who's winding up too. 200 metres to go. Duchess Sue went to a clear lead by a length and three quarters. Stylish, Silent Shares, Barbie's Dream World. Duchess Sue with 50 metres to go is clear. Duchess Sue from Stylish, Silent Shares, and Duchess Sue. Duchess Sue won at a length and three quarters. Stylish, third Silent Shares, then Miss Aria. Barbie's Dream World, next Lady Jones, Grid Girl, Enna's Dream, Fancify, and last a complete time Bandit.
Leilani Series Final to Duchess Sue for James Johnston, paying $3.90 and $1.60. 4-year-old mare, very good record, ticking along beautifully for Kieran Margator.
Yeah, and credit to all involved there, given the flying. Jabez Johnson couldn't take the claim today, so she had the weights really against her to some.
Nice gate. But 4-6 got through. 7 did not get there. Four. Six. And this was a little bad. This one had a bad start anyway. We'll go to the next one. One, 2, 9, 20, and 17 all scratched. One, 2, 9. Crashed. 14, 5, 3, and 10. So between 14 and 3, ideally the 3 should win. But here is the catch. There is no form line, plus the jockey is like that, who's going like that. So that's one side of the story. Now, if we look at what happened, okay, so the form line is talking. The form line actually spoke. This one just did not get there. 5 had a bad start. 6 fell in between. So 4, 6. That happened. Now, if we look at 14, so this is a 52 stretching. It is definitely the one which is a linear, but the problem is this, that it's a 2500 meter, and the moment it goes above 2000 meters, linears are not the ones. So now the point is this, the 14 will get there, but the 3 is in trouble because of the negative resistance, plus it doesn't have a form line. Ideally, in this kind of a situation, the lower one should win, but that will not win because it doesn't have a form line. This 2 is okay, but doesn't have a form line. Now the 5 is on a higher end, is a 55 dropping 1, but here it is like that. doesn't have a form line. The 10 is coming from gate number 19, which is very wide. And right below that, we have these two horses, which are there. Ideally, in this kind of a situation, this one has the advantage, okay? The 4, but it is not doing well. So I don't know whether the 14 is going to win. That's a linear. The 14 is there, okay? So there has to be, I think there is a low pressure that will prevail. From where it will come, I'm not sure, but that 13 is a check. We'll see how that 13 gets placed. The 14 is the favorite, okay? But here is the thing. So that's the lowest weight, okay? That's the lowest weight that it is going to carry over 2500 meter, which is okay, which is an advantage. But it also comes from that segment. Now, we'll see how that works. The 13 is good, but where it is getting into a problem is this, that it is on a very higher side of how the jockey notes are. It's on a very higher side. These two are the highest, okay? Then it is 10 here. Then it starts dropping. So 14 is here. Ideally with that, it should win, but that's also like that. So we'll see. I think the 13 is there. Either it is a low pressure between the 3, or it is a high pressure after the 10. It's either a low pressure between 3, or it is a higher pressure after the 10. We'll see how that works. Four was the favorite. Yes, 4 was the favorite. I know 4 was the favorite there. Here 4 was the favorite. I know. It went through. The 5 had a bad start. It just did not do the thing. 5 should have won. How the 4 went through, and then it clearly was on form lines. Okay, it was clearly on form lines. That was a quality, and here it is also a quality. We see that 14 is the favorite. Okay, that is the lowest. Ideally Yeah, the 13 is, I mean, the 3 is the one which should have won, but doesn't have the form line. And the jockey is like that with that kind of a pressure line is a bad constitution. So the 14 fits in right, which is going to be carrying the lowest weight and is also the linear. So it is carrying the lowest weight and one of the best horses. So that's that. And how the 13 places, it is here on 53. These are drops. 55, this is chasing, but yeah, that's it. Those are bad scene. 10 is from 19, that's the low pressure probably. a 0.5 on a drop here, it is a 0.5, 52. But how?
as well, which I think will be key. Of course, the scratching of Decalogue makes his job a bit easier as well. Simply Gold, I think, is a danger. Just shuffled back at a key stage behind Decalogue in Sydney latest. Obviously, that form ties in. He does draw awkwardly, but a couple of scratch himself. Brilliant Tessa was a neat winner. Bendigo latest, raced away like a good one. Third horse had just run well to Vegas Jack. So you saw that horse win at Flemington recently and beat the likes of the Western France. So easy to like the way Brilliant Tessa's progressing. And Think You're Amazing. Best of the roughies here. Forgivable run last time. 14, 10, 5, 11.
Reflection is the favourite with the tab fix. 260 this morning, currently 280. Brilliant Tezza in the Gately mix for Dean Yendall, Patrick Payne. 750 into 460, attracting very good interest to beat it. Rain's done number 3. Went up at 7, late 750 into 650. And Simply Gold for Dan Stackhouse. And the Archibalds is considered the biggest threat to King's Reflection by Gator. It is $10 into $6.50. Away from those ones, your fourth pick, Think You're Amazing. Gator is $15 into $10. So they're all firming your top 4 there.
Yeah, we'll see how things play out. He just raced a bit too keen last time. The start prior to that, he looked like a coming winner. He was a terrific finale and gave him a good hope in that race last time. But happy to forgive that. He has to learn to settle early, get the first half of his race right, though. If he does, he's in this at a price.
Late with the bookies, $2.60 to $2.80 for King's Reflection, last 15 minutes. Brilliant Tezza, best back to beat at the Philly, $5.50 into $4.60. Rain Sun, 8 into $6.50. Simply Gold, $7.50 to 8 into $6.50. Sunsprite at longer odds off a drift, 9 out to 13, back into $12. But you're with King's Reflection. He's a promising horse for a very talented horsewoman in Taj Weir.
Yeah, I think they've got a lot to look forward to, that's for sure. Not only with the horse, but with Taj and her team. They've got an exciting one here. Look, he's got some mates in this race. Some real up-and-coming progressive
PC,
stars.
welcome back,
King's
PC.
Reflection gets to this trip for the first time. You'd have to think it would suit, certainly on pedigree and the way he finished off last start at Flemington. As I say, against the pattern, was one of the best closes all day.
The second pick, Simply Gold's been freshened and back to the trials for a 5th at Warwick Farm in Sydney.
Yeah, a little gap between runs. I'm not overly concerned, though, in this stable. Obviously, the Decalogue form ties in. Decalogue's the horse that won here at Flemington last up, beating King's Reflection and Co. He was shuffled back, then strong home. I think the right horse won. Decalogue made an early move and still beat him, but he ran very well.
Your third pick, Brilliant Tezza, looks a really talented staying filly by Castelvecchio.
Yeah, another one on that upward trajectory. So they all clash here, and that's the point of finals day, I guess. Let's see who the best horse is. But look, she was terrific there. Went to 1200 first time, won like a good one. I like the Vegas Jack form through to place, get a third horse from the race.
Mahogany Challenge Final is the 4th for 3-year-olds, $200,000 in prize money. Here's Matt.
We've got about 5 to get set here, so they challenge these 3-year-olds over a trip here, the 2,500 metres. They're always good spectacles. And King's Reflection, who finished the race off really well at the end of 2,000 metres a couple of weeks ago, extending to the 25, is the favourite. Adira River coming along. So the last few to get set at the classic start here at Flemington. Pressurised joining them, and Simply Gold is going to be one of the last. King's Reflection, $2.90 on the tote, $5 for 5 Brilliant Tezza. Pressurised goes in. Simply Gold is forward. They're set for the Mahogany Final, and they're away. And over on the inside, Iron Legacy away moderately. Beginning well, King's Anchor with also Kalitzi. Adira Rivers right on their tails, followed by Lillard. King's Reflection's a bit closer today on the inside as they reach the judge. Pressurised about 6th or 7th with also Rain Sun. They charge out of the straight, just over 2,200 metres to go, and it's Kalitzi who led Lillard, and then came Adira River who took the snag to get the trail. King's Anchor 4th on the rails, a length and a quarter King's Reflection, and then came along the inside Thunderbolt Way. Camelot Time is wide, improving with Pressurised, about a length and a half away midfield Brilliant Tezza, who settled the outside of Sunsprite and Rain Sun 3 wide. A couple of lengths Iron Legacy, and then Think You're Amazing. 2 lengths Simply Gold, and Conveyor is at the tail of the field. 1,700 metres to go. Kalitzi is the leader, but has a little bit of company here as Adira River moves up around them and is now going to be the second leader in the race. So at the 1,600 metres, Adira River took it up from Kalitzi box seating in and Lillard the other. And they're 2.5 lengths Camelot Time, who slotted in. It's one off the fence outside of King's Anchor. And then King's Reflection, the favourite sixth, that would spot the lead about 6. Thunderbolt Way is on the rails, pressurised as 3 wide midfield. 2 further back is Sun Sprite, and then came Brilliant Tensor, one off the rails. Rain Sun is deeper, then Simply Gold. Legacy being shuffled back, passed by Think You're Amazing, and Conveyor is last. So Adira River kept them moving at Chiquita Lodge. So approaching the 1,000 marker, Adira River the leader. It's been an even tempo for a 3-year-old race, leading out by a length to Lillard Kalitzi. They're 3 lengths in front of next in the field Camelot Time, then King's Anchor, getting going pressurised, and King's Reflections trying to get into the clear as well around Rain Sun. A length Brilliant Tensor as they reach the 800 metres. They're starting to pack. Think You're Amazing is next. Further back in the field, Simply Gold, who's been shuffled back towards the end, passed by the outsider Conveyor. Sunsprite back with those with Thunderbolt Way and Iron Legacy. Around the turn, there's a few chances. Adira River, 500 metres to go. Led from Kalitzi, then came Rain Sun, who's wide, and also Conveyor at any old price right down the outskirts. Simply Gold is starting to get through the pack too as they reach the 300. Sunsprite, Simply Gold, and here's Brilliant Tensor. Brilliant Tensor with a big burst. King's Reflection trying to go with it. So the second favourite, Brilliant Tensor, went to the lead at the 200 from Simply Gold, trying to fight back. Then King's Reflection. Brilliant Tensor, 100 metres to go. A length and a quarter, Simply Gold, King's Reflection, and Brilliant Tensor. Brilliant Tensor has won it. Second, I think,
5.
King's Reflection maybe just from Simply Gold, and then a gap to Sunsprite. Behind them, Rain Sun and Camelot Time, and running through the line was Iron Legacy, needs another lap. Pressurised behind them, then Think You're Amazing, Lillard, King's Anchor, Thunderbolt Way, Conveyors.
Brilliant Tezza, Castelvecchio filly, good in winning the Mahogany Challenge final there, Gator, from King's Reflection, Simply Gold.
Yeah, first 3, all really good. I think something to be excited about. How's that change-up speed? She's well named.
Certainly is. 5:14, 10.
No, Jimmy, I did not. It came in 4th. 5 went through. Three was not possible because of the jock. 5 and 10. I mean, here is the thing. So that was the lower weight. Okay, that was the lower weight. So between 5 and 14 and 3 should have won, but 3 was in a bad state because of this guy. And then here it was 5, then 10, it's 13. So basically that jock was on the higher nodes. Okay, that jock was on the higher nodes. That was not possible. But if that is not possible, then how here it worked is the 5, which is the right. But you know where I am getting a little stuck. I'm getting a little stuck here with the form line. So basically that is something which becomes irrelevant. Basically that is something which becomes irrelevant because the form line is something for us to see. This side is going to talk. This side is going to torque. So if we look at what is happening, so that was there, but it was like that. So 8 was not the one. The 4, the jock knew what was wrong, so he was trying to do that. So that was a bad move. But here what happened is, so that was a low weight, and this was not the between 4 and 3. 3 should have won, 3 did not win, so it went to 5. This one is anyway the second. 10 and 18. 18 should have won, but that will not work because the form line is missing. Here it had the form line, but the jockey was in a bad state. It's complex anyway. No scratching from the 5th one. 1, 2, 3, and 8. So now that's how the jockeys are being assigned. Okay, that's where the load that's where things are working. Okay, so these are on the higher end. These are the higher nodes like this. These, okay, where it played was on 5, which was the right one actually. The 14 was here. It was 0.5. It was, that was the lower weight. This is the other one. Here it was not a match, but now that 6 becomes a threat. Okay, that's the jockey arrangement which is there, but the jockey is on a higher node, so are they. The one which is there as the favorite is also on a higher node, and the 6 is comparatively on a lower node. So they are like that, this is like that, and that's the jockey arrangement. Okay, so ideally this is a LR. Ideally one should win. Okay, that's the highest here, it should win. But now the catch is, that's the jock. Okay, so here, like, the 8 is there within the odds. Why? Because that's low, but here it is the lowest drop. But then comes the other catch. The other catch is this, that this is a LR, and here these are not in negative leverages, so the highest drop, so which is the 9, which is the highest drop, but it doesn't have a form line. Okay, it doesn't have a form line, so it's either there from 58 drops, 58 becomes a drift. Genius is here where he's supposed to be. He's not supposed to be here, he's here, so he's good in that sense. And 6 is with the jockey arrangement. Okay, so how will it work? Ideally one should win, but now they have done that thing with the jock. Okay, that's the only reason why the 13 did not win. Okay, that's the only reason why the 13 did not win. So now they're all like that, and here is the 6 with the jockey arrangement. Okay, so I think it is going to play a listed race, and that is what exactly they want. So in this case, this side will be jock. One probably is there, but how? So that is good. Will it be able to beat? Where is the 9? Mine looks like not happening. Then what happens? Then here probably. So that is not that. Then 4, 4. Give me a second and 1. So 4 is probably that's 55. So that becomes a pressure. That's 2. 57. This is a bad idea. This is the other one. 4 and it's 65 here. Sure, this side will get null and void, so that basically is null and void. So this is 4. 4, 6 is here. 4 is here, and 59 to 60 is on the third line. Is it? Is it like that? A3. It increases here, increases here, increases here, increases, it drops here with a chalk. That's the one. 4. It's not 9. It is 4. So 6 is low, high. High. When it is high, it is here. But then the jockeys are matched like that. So 53 0. 5.5. 1 2 3 1 27. One point five, 1.2, 0, 63. Drop. Bad. All those are bad ideas, but I think the 6 has a fair chance. The jockey. So what is happening? So if we look at these horses, all right, the 1 is the favorite. Now, what we've been calculating is how the jocks are being assigned and how the jocks are performing and why they take the calls of the rails when they can avoid that. We will figure that out. We needed a track like Flemington, but here is the point. When it is on the higher end, they generally don't get through. Okay, they generally, it is a struggle. They do, but it's a struggle. So here all of them are on the higher node, from 1 3 to all the favorite ones up till 6. 8 is in a good state, that is the lowest drop, but the catch is this, that it is also the lowest in terms of capacity. So ideally, through the top weight, 1 should be winning. That is apparently what we are getting to see on any of the race car. But that is being managed here. So this is a game that the house is playing. Okay. It's a very dicey proposition for the one to win. Okay. The arrangement that is there is on 6. Now the 6 is also doing well. Okay. The arrangement is on 6. And if we look at the jockey allotment and how the jockey is being managed here, 6 is the one with the lowest threshold out of all these. That's the lowest. These are definitely lower. But here, that's the scene. And here is the arrangement with the jock. Okay? This is the jock arrangement. Now, that's one part of the story. So, probably one is not winning. And if one is not winning, then there is a chance that the 6 has, if the 6 wins, which it should, then before it touches 2.5, it will have something that can actually beat 2.5. So 2.5 cannot be beaten by 1.5. 2.5 cannot be beaten by 0, 0. All that thing cannot happen. That is not possible. 2.5 2.5 can be beaten by 1.5, but it had to be higher here. So the only one which is higher is this one, which is the 4. Okay, that is the 4, which is the higher. And it is a drop. One of the drop has to work. Okay, probably. So that is where the 4 stands. So the 4 is a drop. I was primarily thinking 9, but when I looked at it, it is not in a great shape. And it has not been doing well, coming 9th, 10th and all that. So that is not the one. In that case, 51 gets into trouble. The 51 is the lowest. Okay, that is the lowest weight. Either it will get the advantage of the lowest weight, or what happened on the first one, that's that 2 here beat the 3 which we spoke of, because it is higher. All right, if they're competing the same thing, same stuff, the higher. So this is higher, this is higher. Okay, so the 4, in that case 6 has the arrangement, 4 is the drop, and then probably on 1, if that is what it plays. But the 6 is a check. Okay, winner great last start to winner was 5. Yeah, I'm gonna watch and see. In Vega. So SCPC. Sunshine Coast, I think this one.
And they're set for the Dr. Bernie Spilsbury. The red light's on. Right to run. Racing. Away well off the inside, Jimmy's brother. Speed out wide, though, from Get Ready, Lass over Spray and Spirit of Barty driving across as well. Now Jimmy's brother's kicking through and Foreign Press isn't far away. Point Vanga lands about sixth behind them on the inside of All the Door. A length away, Too Hot to Talk from Racketeer and then Spies On from Lover Flutter out deeper. A length Dragon Rouge, Miss Funny Honey naturally led and hand in hand is last of all. They come towards the turn at the 500 metre mark. It's over Spray off the rail. Pressuring the favourite, Jimmy's brother. Behind them, Foreign Press in third from Get Ready Lass. Further back, All the Door looking for a way out. Point Vega near the inside. And then came Spirit of Barty and back in behind Horses Naturally leading company with Too Hot to Talk. It's still over Spray the leader. Down to the 250. Trying hard, Jimmy's brother with Get Ready Lass. Foreign Press is hanging tough. And then Naturally led with Spirit of Barty. Driving through Get Ready Lass with Foreign Press. And Naturally led over the top with Spirit of Barty. And flashing on the inside, Racketeer, but Naturally led in a big finish, has taken it out from a photo. Foreign Press prominent alongside Racketeer zooming up the rail. Spirit of Barty not far away. Then Dragon Rouge Lover fluttered to...
Gate 5-1. One tough to beat. Yes, one is carrying the top weight. Okay, one is carrying the top weight. It is very tough to beat. The paddock report is right. It is not wrong. But that's how the jockeys are. Okay, that's how the arrangement on the jock. So this thing, we'll get to see how this works. Okay, because whenever it is on the higher side, it doesn't work. Like here, that 13 came in fourth even with the form line because it was on the higher side. It did not come. I'm sorry. It did not come. So that's where the problem is. We'll see how that works. Okay. The 1 is the right odd. Very tough to beat. Why? Because that's that. But this is going to be a LR. And we will see how that works. You're right, Gate. That's the top weight on 1200. This is a 1200 meter.
And Dollar is your top pick here, Mr. Gately. Talented 4-year-old resuming today with a really good fresh record.
Yeah, look, he's won 2 of 3 first up, hasn't he? He's been on a soft 7 track. He ran second to Steeples in a Group 2 race here at Flemington. And he's only been up the straight once. He won. He beat Ruta Royale with 60 kilos. So, look, it's a race you can make a very strong case for a number of these. But I'm only allowed 1 on top, and it's Indola. And I'm sure can run a really good race. The Bergerac, cold to ride latest, and that was the key. And terrific win. Beat Winner's Edge, who won last week. Just comes up 4 kilos, but he's such a good straight horse. I think Vestas is a big price for a horse who was the best run in the race first up last time in. The winner of that race, she's Bulletproof, has run second in an Oakley Plate. She's trialled well enough. $15 might be worth including for sure. Lose Some Win More. Just went to the outside rail last time up the straight, and I'm convinced that wasn't the A ground. The win prior gave to Bergerac Windburn. Whether or not the soft 7's a little bit too wet, look, he's strongly in the mix. He and Royal Insignia, they're my next best, but I just think they're a length better on a better than a 7. But we don't always get it right. Numbers 3, 2, 7, 1.
Way for the top 3 with a tap fix. The best back to roll them is Moby Dick, $8.50 into $6.50. He was excellent winning here 2 starts back.
Yeah, he was, and he's a horse I've, followed a bit and sort of deserted him that day, but it was a terrific win. Forgive his last start miss, he went back to the inside. He just didn't make it to the best part of the track, so he's drawn better this time and is a key hope.
Time to start thinking about the main quaddie, which starts in the race to follow, race 6. Scan the QR code on screen and all gated selection straight into the bet slip. 25% boost in bonus bets. He gets the cash. Late with the bookies here on the 5th. Lose Some Win More, $3.60 to $4. The Bergerac is $4.60 into $4.20. Support for Moby Dick everywhere, $8.50 into $6.50. And Samangu number 5 is $9.50 at 10. Just back into $9.50. As we take it to Mount Hill for the listed Santa Ana Lane Sprint Series final.
Is going to be one of the last. Formerly the All-Victorian Sprint Final, now the Santa Ana Lane Sprint Series Final, named after a great of the turf that amassed over $8.2 million in prize money. The field set. Fast class sprinters are ready. Ready. Holds them. Samangu stands well. Racing. Moby Dick from the centre away pretty well. Lose Some Win More was away cleanly too. And over towards the far side, showing a little bit of speed, was Lingani. Sorting out their early order as they huddle up the middle of the course after 200 metres. It's Lingani right up there. It's leading the race at the moment with on the outside Endola. Between horses Royal Insignia and Bullets High just behind them from Lose Some Win More, Samangu, Moby Dick to Bergerac, and last of all Vestas. Lingani the leader, it's not overly fast from Endola, then Bullets High. Next in the field Royal Insignia. Lose Some Win More's only 3 or 4 off the lead from Samangu and Moby Dick, wedge between horses. To Bergerac is second last and 2 further back as Vestas onto the course proper now. So with 500 metres to go, Endola sidled past Lingani. They lead by about 2 lengths as they quicken it up now from Royal Insignia, Samangu. They were followed by Moby Dick, Lose Some Win More, and then came to Bergerac. Endola went for the doctor, 250 metres to go. A length and 3/4, Lingani, Royal Insignia, Moby Dick, and they were followed by De Bergerac. Endola, 100 metres to go. Lingani's trying to peg it back. Endola, Lingani wearing it down. Endola in front though. Endola beat Lingani, De Bergerac, and then came Lose Some Win More. Next to finish Moby Dick, Royal Insignia, Samangu, Bullets High, and Vestas in what was a real dash the last 400.
Dollar will see it out and
3.
just deny Lingani. So it should be 3, 4 and 2. And a first up win for your top pick for the Hayes boys, Jai McNeil. Gator.
Gee, he's a good little second level horse, isn't he? Look,
Three,
you know,
four,
they've tried
and
him in high grade races. He runs well, but it's these bottom end stakes races that really suit him. He was well suited at the weights today. I certainly didn't have him sharing the speed, but they just didn't go any tempo. As you heard Matt Hill's call, he broke clear and had enough up his sleeve. Good effort to win that first up.
And pays the $5 range across the totes. 3, 4, 2 confirmed numbers. Need the judges' help with fourth. To the listed Santa Ana Lane Sprint Series final. Main quaddy starts with the next, which is the Banjo Patterson Series final. Highland Blaze on top for Gator horse number 10. Next is the fifth event from Wyong, where Real Baker for Björn Baker is the favourite.
3-4-2. 3-4-2. Araman, 3 will win and 3 won't. 3. 4. So the 4 got there. 3, 4. And 2. 3, 4 and 2. The 6 lost. Okay. These monkeys are like that. I missed that. These monkeys are like that. So that is what they are. They had the perfect opportunity today. They destroyed that anyway. So what happened? The one here. Okay, so let's just figure out. So the 3. Now why 3? Okay. Why 3? Three was the linear. 3 was the linear. 3 was linear. 3. The 4 got there with the drop. That was right. But the 6 monkeys failed. And the 3 went through. Even they did not have arrangement, but they did. So, top it. 1, 2, 3. 2.5. 5. This is 9. This is 8. 2.5. 60.5. 0.5. 0.5. 1. Three. 4. 4 got 55. So that 55 came in, and this 55 went to hell. That was a good call, Arman. Let me put up your name, Arman. ATM. I'm putting ATM. We'll go to 6. Seven has been scratched. Or 281. So it's like this, but I think the 4 is the favorite. It has a brilliant hand. It is the linear. It is, and 2 is the second linear. Here is the difference. The difference is this is a 56. Capacity is 56. Given 56.5. This one is 58 and given 58.5. Okay. So both are 0.5 up, but this is a higher capacity. This is a higher capacity. This one is the highest, but they're like 75% down, bleeding and not doing well. But here I think 2 has an upper hand. This is the down. All right, this is the down. But what happens on a 2600 meter or anything like that is the fact that a lower weight always gets through. That is where these guys come. Okay, this is where these guys come, and out of which now if we do this the right way, then the 10 probably doesn't have a chance, but it went through here. Okay, the lower weight, the 14 was the favorite here, which was a linear. That was the lowest weight on a 2500 meter. That was the lowest, which went through with a 2.5 down. Here, if we look at that, that arrangement is on 10. That arrangement is on 10, which is down. But now here, they're all 6-year-old gildings. Okay, they're all 6-year-old gildings. The contradiction is this, that if we take it with the arrangement, then it is 10, which is there with a lower weight. But if we look at the scene, then probably the 54 will have this 54 will have an upper hand, which is the 6. Okay, now why not 11? 11 is getting on the higher side again. Okay, that is becoming a problem. This is higher side. Now up here they're all high. Okay, the 1 is like that. So 4 is the favorite. It is higher than here. So here what happened? The 1 was high, 2 and 3. The 3 won, which was also a high. But why it won? Because now we look at what happens here. This was the highest weight, should have won with that. Okay, should have won with that, but they are managed here. I thought the 6 is going to win because that had the arrangement. It was doing okay, which was an eye wash. Why? Because this guy tried to rave this horse on a 1200 meter from the gates, which was a bad idea. And they're like that. They never win. They're not a winning candidate. They are like that. So even though they had the arrangement, they did not go through. But the 4 actually with the drop got through. Okay, why? Because that was 55 here on a higher end. So point is this: 6 ideally should have won, but they're like that. Out of 2 and 3, the 3 was a little lower. The 1 was after 2, but the arrangement is such that it basically will not work like that. The moment it becomes like this, so this interacts with what kind of a, I mean, how much you're chasing. Okay, this is interacting with how much you're chasing. So the lower it is and the chase is also lower, then it is a problem. If it is higher, then at times things are, you can see what is happening, but the moment they're like that, it becomes a problem. So here they are like that. Okay, they're like that, out of which 2 is higher. This one is like 70 and gone up. 2 is higher and with a lower value. 4 is on a higher side plus getting negative. Okay, 2 is higher here. Chase is lower. This thing is lower. This is chase is up. This is also up. So we'll see how that works. The 4 is the favorite. The 4 is the linear. Okay, on a 2600 meter, it generally doesn't work with the linears. That goes to 2 also. Whenever they're linears, 2600 meter is not for them. But here the arrangement is like that. So 2 has a better chance. This is a 2.5 jump on a 56, and this is a 58, which is just 0.5 jump on this, and 1 jump from where it came from. So it is 58.5. The capacity is 58, running on 58.5. Last time it ran on 57, and that is where that 1 kilogram is coming from. 57.5 to 58.5, that's a difference of 1 kilogram. Okay, last time the 4 ran on 54. Now it is running on 57 plus the jog, so that is 2.5 kilogram on this more. So 2 basically has the right arrangement. 2 should win. The other things that are going to be there probably, one is the fact that if we go through the method, then a lower weight, which is this one, should work, but that is a 52. So methodically it should be on 54 with a chase. It cannot go here probably, though it is like that. It is on a lower side, but then your jockey gets into trouble. So that's where the jockey is in trouble. So that 6 is a check. The 6 is a check. Okay, so how this thing might play. So a lower weight is going to come, and then the drop. So either the drop comes before the lower weight, or the lower weight comes before the drop. one of those things will happen. Out of these two, 2 has an upper hand. Okay. Let's see how that works. Here we have 5. Rosie. We're not at Rosil yet, or have we missed it? Four won at Rosil. I think we missed it. 4. Araman, why not 10? Yeah, I spoke about the 10. So ideally, the 10 is the lower weight. Okay. So if you look at what generally happens on a long distance is a lower weight will get the advantage. Okay. A lower weight will get the advantage, but generally that's something that is one side of the story. Then you look at how the jock is being weighted. All right, don't look at this. This is new. We are still figuring out what is happening here on the JST. Don't look at this. This is confusing at this point of time. I need to figure this thing out myself. I'll run it through the program. So this was the favorite, the 14. Okay. But when you look at how the jock has been assigned, that's 0.5 on jock. So this is 52. It is carrying 0.5, 52.5, 0.5. That makes it 53. Okay. So actually it was carrying 52.5. Capacity is 52. So that's where it came in, but 5 actually won. Okay. Now, why 5 won? Because here the 3 was not in a position to win because it is a high pressure. The jock was nuts. And then it was here. Okay. This one did not have a chance again because the jock was on a higher node. So it was here. Here, this was bad. Okay. 8 was bad. So point is this, that one of the higher weight is going to win. One of the higher weight is going to win. But which one has a subsidized jock? Okay. The lower weight will always have a tendency of talking to someone like 3. Okay. Like 3, which is a subsidized jock here. Or like the 13, it was still on getting on the higher side. Now you come here. So the 10 is on a higher side. Okay. The 10 is on a higher side. So is 6. Where it gets, lower is on 11, 8 and all that, but they are also lower in capacity. So the 10 is low, capacity is low, and here it becomes, that's the support on the line. And now you look at 6, then here it becomes 54. So the capacity is 54, it is more than this, more than the 10. So what I'm trying to say is this, Arrowman, that if you look at how the races are being played, okay, so 14, so you look at the orange numbers, all right, it will always have a tendency of talking to the orange numbers. If this is high, this becomes low, okay, with a higher weight. So ideally that should win, but it will not win. Why? Because that's a high pressure horse and the jock is like that. So that was my call. Now I missed out on the 5. I did not look closely. Now you look at that. So though it was a higher drop, with a higher weight it went through and it came in second, okay? Then came in 10, but that you cannot talk right now because that is from gate number 19 and all that, okay? Here also if you look at, so they should, from all those, these had the right arrangement, but then they played here, okay, so that did not work and you were right about the 3 went through, okay, the 2 was not in a position and the 6 did not happen. So what I'm trying to say is they will always, these guys, the ones which are in green or blue or whoever, they have a tendency of talking to them, okay, but out of which you need to figure out whether or not that, you know, 0.5 or 0.1 is getting in between with a low, with a loss, I mean with a drop. So if on a 2600 meter this guy is getting into, this is a 52, which is right, your question is right, why not 10? 10 is the lowest weight, should get in, ideally it should, okay? But then here what happens, now this one starts talking to 11, okay? But why? Because this is 0.5, this becomes 0. This is 0.5, this becomes 0. Now the 10 is talking to 11. 11 has a problem with jock, okay? So you are left with 10 and 6. Now, in this case, when you look at 10 and 6, then 10 is 52, capacity is 52, and this one is a 54, and it is going to be running on a higher weight with a drop. So, ideally, 10 gets into trouble. That's why I did not talk about 10. 10 will be talking to 11. 11 probably cannot win because of the condition of the jock. Maybe, I don't know. But that's where the 10 starts talking, okay? The 10 will start talking to, the 11 will start talking to the 10. The 10 is 0.5 up here, it is 0. So that is lower. The lowest is here. Ideally, it should start talking to them, but they're like 75 down, so they will make all the mistakes that they can do. They will make all the mistakes that they can do under the sun. So the 11 is going to talk. 11 has a jock problem. 10 doesn't have a jock problem. But then in that case, 6 is higher. So how I perceive it is between 2 and 4, definitely 2 has advantage. Then I am not sure whether this one will get in or it is here. Ideally, it should be here on the 1. That is also a top weight. but where it starts talking is on the difficulty line. So that is -1, and here you have the 6 on a -3. I know there's a lot of numbers, but I'm going to reduce the numbers once we have a straight line, which we still don't have. And I'm sorry for that. There is an easy way of looking at it. We are looking at the numbers. There is an easy way of looking at it. We just have to figure what is the easy way of looking at it. We just have to figure out what is the easy way of looking at it. It is right now, it is a lot of numbers. At times I myself go blind. I can't figure out which one is 1, which one is -1. But the point is, if you are doing handicapping, there are quite a few things which needs to be clear. First is, who is carrying the top weight? Is he capable of carrying the top weight? That's the first question that we are answering here. Okay. Is he capable of taking the top weight? That is what we are answering here. Okay. Second thing is where the drops are and how the drops are talking, and talking to who. A highest drop coming from where? So that's a 53. The capacity is 53. It went to 60 for some reason. It came back to 53. Now it is in the same line. So that's the highest drop. So, but that's a 53. So that basically doesn't add any value. The house will try to make it as complicated as it can be. Our job is to figure out, and we are trying to figure. That's all. But the good thing is that they are also using a system to do this. We are trying to copy that system. Once we have it, we have it.
And it was just a tough day to be a sweeper anyway, but he was building momentum just when his luck ran out, and I thought he really was a sneaky good run, and all of a sudden you're getting a good price here. Just so clear running this time, the track's playing much more fairly, which will suit him. So I thought he was, a bit of overs here. The Western Front, I think, can turn the tables on Vegas Jack. He did a lot more work in the run than that horse, and he was 6 weeks between runs latest when just no match laid. In saying that, how do you bag Vegas Jack, who's absolutely flying? He had the gun run short latest, but he's stringing wins. And Bold Soul, he just can't get that weight relief, but he's strongly in the mix. A Virtuous Circle, I tipped last time, but nothing was running on, so he gets another go for 5th pick. 10-2-4-1.
Let's have a look at the bookies, because there's not much to report on the tab fix from this morning to now. With the bookies, the Western front is 420 to 440. Ones would be best back to beat it for Craig Williams, Henry Dwyer. 550 out to 6, back into $5. He dropped in grade last time out, won well on a heavy 10 in Adelaide, but he's only gone back to back with wins once in his career. He's now an 8-year-old.
Yeah, that's true, but he's just a wet tracker. I mean, he's won 7 races, 6 of them on wet tracks, and it was very wet in Adelaide last time. But he won well. It was 6 weeks between runs, so he can certainly tie his form in through the Warrnambool Cup to some extent. So certainly not out of it. Gets the wet ground he needs.
As I mentioned, we're starting the main quaddie here with Tab. Easiest way to get involved, Gator, is by scanning that QR code on screen.
Yeah, a bit of fun. So reasonably thin first leg, so hopefully we'll get through here. I think the challenging leg, or one of them, is the Creswick Stakes, the 3rd leg race. So we've got a few there, but scan that if you want to be involved. A bit of fun.
The others with the bookmakers late. Vegas Jack is 440 out to 550. Bold Soul 750 to 8. Core is 8 to 9. And Highland Blazy on top of Gator is 850 out to 950, back into $9. At longer odds, Virtuous Circle number 3 has admirers, 17.18 into $16. Duck Egg here behind key rival Vegas Jack last time out. Blinker's back on though today and gets the tongue tie first time for Jai McNeil.
Yeah, I thought he was quite good 2 runs ago. He just didn't quicken, but that's him. But then strong late. They stepped up in trip, and he was my best roughie in that race. He was 11 into 950 there. The problem was he went back to last and came wide on a day you just couldn't do it, and neither did he.
Highland Blaze is your top pick. No weight again and draws the inside today.
Yeah, so he just needs clear running. Who knows how close he would have gone last time? We'll never know, but certainly closer than his finishing margin, and for that reason I think he's over the odds in a typically competitive series final here.
You're most worried about the Western front. Likely race 5-year-old Stay with a very good record. You can find this horse in the Melbourne Cup market. All the big spring features are up at tap. $51 for the first Tuesday, November.
Yeah, well, look, he's been a different horse since they've stepped him up to these staying trips. He's been running really well in pretty much all of them. I thought he was the best run in the race last time. He did a lot of work. Vegas Jack just had made 1 run. He made about 3.
Yeah,
he
do
a
that.
Swing on that horse here. So I think he
Right at the gate.
add to that,
That is a brilliant thing to do.
So, look, I'm not sure about a Melbourne Cup. Obviously, Zukama, who won that golden ticket into our greatest race, is in the race. I'd probably take him over the Western front. But look, he's progressing the right way about it.
We're going to have a delay here because the farrier's about to get to work. There's further support for Wuds. Late with the bookies, 550 to 6 into $4.20. So wetter the better for the 8-year-old, as you touched on. No weight on its back today, dropping 4 kilos off the Adelaide win.
Yeah, and obviously he's got form around a key rival in this race, in Core. They clashed a couple of times over the journey, but when he was safely held by that horse back in April, he just didn't have any luck at all, so especially on a mad leaders track. So, look, I can see what they're thinking at the price there.
Little late specking for Samuel Langhorne at longer odds for Luke Cartwright and Mick Kent. He ran 3rd in this race last year to Golden State Warrior. Hasn't won for nearly 800 days.
Yeah, look, the wins are space, and I guess, he comes through the same key lead-up race as others here last start at Flemington. You'd have to say, look, he was only beaten 3 lengths, so he was sound. Vegas Jack was better. The Western Front was better. I think Highland Blaze was better. So that's his challenge to dash around on a few.
You always mention how many scratchings there are, or often you mention it's a bit of a bugbear of yours.
What happened?
Put on today, and you only get 5 across the entire 9-race card.
Very sorry to hear that.
It'd be rude not.
I hope everything is all right.
The outlier. Unfortunately, it's more the exception, not the rule. But let's hope it can continue as we head into another spring carnival, which will be on our doorstep before we know it.
Banjo Patterson Series Final. Let's get to Matt Hill.
Terrific, Bardo. Yes, there's the farrier doing his thing there.
Yeah, that is a brilliant time to do
get underway
that
for
thing.
the first leg of the quaddie. Samuel Langhorne is the horse that is receiving that attention, a horse that was placed in this race last year.
Okay.
White's favourite, $4.20 VOP, hasn't carried 53 for a while, and has the services of Craig Williams, who is looking for a treble just ahead of the Western Front, the Sandown Cup winner of a couple of starts ago, and Vegas Jack, who's just such a solid stayer, has answered all of the questions so far, building that picket fence, going to take the final. And then you're out to Bold Soul. Highland Blaze would be the next best at $10. So they extend to 2,600 metres for this staying final. Good start to the day for Craig Williams, who was double figures to win 4 or more races this afternoon. He won the first 2 races, and as we know, when we get to July and Craig's on the hunt for a Metropolitan Jockeys Premiership, he can be very, very hard to run down. Works very hard for the best rides, and he's able to execute the good horses on the track as well, with a couple of winners already to date. He's got a big chance in the Winter Championship final with El Duca. Ruffy with Blethen in the Crescent, and Lucky Boom's not without a hope in the last either. Now they're moving forward. Highland Blaze is the first one into the stalls. Highland Blaze going in, $10 chance on VOP, $9.20 on the totes. Experienced campaigners here involved, so it won't take them too long. The Western Front, just second favourites. With Dan Stackhouse aboard, goes forwards. Samuel Langhorne goes in. 16 to 14, a little trim up. So the work completed on Samuel Langhorne, and the loading process getting underway for the Banjo Patterson Series final. Aftermath about to load forward, with also Captain Electric, Core about to join them. So Bold Soul, Wuds and Vegas Jack will be the final trio to take their place. Wuds starting the favourites. Craig Williams last winning this race on Future Score back in 2019. He also won it on Valago the year before. He's won it twice. Last of them getting organised as Wuds for Craig Williams takes the outside. The field set. Aftermath, Towie in barrier number 3, and away they go. Samuel Langhorne just took a little leap in the air shortly after the start. His midfield, Aftermath, began pretty well with Bold Soul and also Core. Vegas Jack towards the middle of the course is also hunting forward. Behind them, Samuel Langhorne and Wuds, and then Highland Blaze, the Western Front, Virtuous Circle, and last Captain Electric at the post. Front runner is Core. Vegas Jack is steadily working around the outside, isn't rushed, with Bold Soul, who's just trying to keep it out there for the time being, an Aftermath, and then came Samuel Langhorne. Next is Wuds, and they're 2 lengths the Western Front and Highland Blaze towards the back.
Bad idea on the 6. Look what he's doing.
Heading towards the Riverside. 2,000 metres to go, and Core is the leader by a length. Vegas Jack in second, and Aftermath box seating third. Fourth is Bold Soul, a length and a half to Wuds outside of Samuel Langhorne, and then came the Western Front. Highland Blaze is on the rails. Virtuous Circle second last, and at the back is Captain Electric at the 1,700 metres. So Core just wants a little bit more rain, and led by a length and a quarter Vegas Jack.
Last one lead over 10.
Third and fourth is Bold Soul.
It's a fair one.
It's got the neck arch low, pretty relaxed. The outside of Samuel Langhorne. Highland Blaze on the paint, and then the Western Front from Captain Electric and Virtuous Circle as the field head towards the top of the course now, where the leader is Core, 1,300 metres to go. And there's been no.
It is already tired. Look at that.
Jack.
Why is he raising it?
Aftermath, and fourth is Bold Soul. A length and a quarter Samuel Langhorne, followed by Wuds. A length and a quarter Highland Blaze, then the Western Front, Virtuous Circle, and Captain Electric, 1,100 metres to go. So Core has led at a jog by a length Vegas Jack. Aftermath is third up on the steel. There's been no change in the order. Fourth is Bold Soul. 2 lengths Samuel Langhorne, followed by Wuds, who's about 6 off the lead. The Western Front is tracking the favourite, followed then on the inside by Highland Blaze. Further back is Virtuous Circle, and Captain Electric's dropped right away. It's become detached and will be lucky to finish. It's 20 lengths last. 700 metres to go. Core in front from Vegas Jack, as they're slowly starting to dial it up. 2 further back is Aftermath, and then came Bold Soul. Further back, Samuel Langhorne trying to get away from the rails, followed by Wuds, still 4 or 5 off the front.
Run, baby.
Highland Blaze next. Core in front, 400 metres to go. It's had a good run in front. 2 lengths to Vegas Jack, Samuel Langhorne, Bold Soul. And Once is the widest on the outside, trying to wind up. 300 metres to go. It's Core, but here come the chasers now. Samuel Langhorne, Vegas Jack, Bold Soul once, and Highland Blaze on the outside. Bold Soul took the front. Highland Blaze coming at Bold Soul, then once. Highland Blaze up the Bold Soul. Highland Blaze over the top and storms away. Highland Blaze a big winner over 2 lengths. Second Bold Soul. Third a photo between Samuel Langhorne or once, followed then in the field by Vegas Jack.
So Gator's top pick, Highland Blaze over the top of them. The hurdler for Tom Madden to pay $9 range across the totes. 10 beats 1, maybe 11, just ahead of the 8 for 4th, but it's close. Quaddy gets underway with the from the Gold Coast is looming in 75 seconds from now, late with the bookies. Favourite is Cigar Man, number 4, 350, 360, back into 340. Watermelon best back to beat it. It's run 5th at its last 3, $6 into 480. Argentum Rock number 8 for Fred Larson is $6 into
the lowest weight on that
number 12, 9 out to 10. Just
so what happened is the 6, because the jockey was a moron, he started raving that horse, and the 10, which was on the lowest weight, actually went through. 10. That was a good call. Yes, that's the catch. That's the catch. So the catch is this, that if you use your common sense, that's the lowest weight, okay? But there's always a but. Anyway, the 6 did not happen. Why? Because he was a moron. He started raving that horse. That just did not happen. 2, I don't know what went wrong with 2. This is what went wrong, okay? This is what went wrong. So they were all on the higher side. We know what went wrong. It is not that we don't know what went wrong. This is what went wrong. This is what went wrong. No, bro, it is not the stamina. It is not the stamina. It is, yes, on the other side, that's what the thing is, that it is carrying the lowest weight. But the problem is this, that what they're doing is they are managing the jocks in a way that these horses cannot win. Okay, these horses cannot win. The 2 was the right weight to win, but they're managing the jocks here. That's where you had the 10, which came in with the lowest weight. Okay, so 2600 meter, like here, the 14 came in second. Okay, the 14 came in second, and the 5 actually went through. Here we did not have that, but yeah, so that happened. But that was a brilliant call, Arman. Your 2/9. We'll go to the next 7. No scratching. 3618. So the arrangement is there between these two horses, okay? But one is 8-year-old gelding, the other one is there within the odds. So this is 1.5, 1.5. That's the arrangement on the jock. Jock is also good. So 8 is good. Now the 3 is the favorite. Now here is the thing that we will probably get to see what happens here. So problem is this, that the 8 has the arrangement, but the jock is like on the higher side. So that probably will not work. Okay, that probably will not work. The jock is on the higher side, so this is on 3. So here exactly that's exactly what happened. They did not get through because that's how the jocks are being aligned. Okay, and the 10 went through. So this is where the game they are playing, and that's where it starts. So 3 is in a safe custody. That's 57 higher. This is draw. It'll not work. He is the highest. But they had the arrangement. So he is here on 57. This is 57. And 7-year-old kid. 6 is here on the lower. So the lower weight will talk, like we just saw. The lower weight will talk. So 3, 6, that's the low. And then the drop. Where is the drop? This is chasing, but this chase is like the jock is sabotaged here. That's all that I mean, that's the best language probably I can speak. And where is the drop? Where will the drop get in? This is not a drop. This is a lower weight. And so 53, 58. That is the drop basically. But that's a 9-year-old gelding. That will not work. This is a 53, then it is 54. Then it is here. 55. That's the drop. Okay. So 3, 6, and 4. So that is the lower weight, and that is the drop. So 1 is not a drop on a high weight. Now the question is whether that will. Both of them are 7-year-old gelding. Another 58, 57. 1 without a drop. No? But we are already taking zero here, which is the lower weight. In that case, drop has to be there. Which is another one. Right here, we are 53, 37 is the favorite. What happens here? And no drop. And the drop is like that. The drop is here. And the lower one, this is the higher one. So that one is right. One, until two without a drop. Now between 4, that is on the higher side, and the lower drop on the lower side and 53. So that will not and this one has a form 9, but it is an 8-year-old. 53, 53. Actually, it doesn't fit. It fits between these. So that is that. So definitely 6 is going to be the same. So they're the same. It is going to be carrying a lower weight. Okay. And they are like that 43. So 9 probably is the right odd. Why? Um, these two had the arrangement, but they will not be able to win because the jock is on the other. Jock is on the higher node, so they will not be able to win. 3 is the right odd. Okay, 3 is 57. Here it is not chasing anything or doing anything, and it is like that, and it is lower than all. Here they are lower, but they also go lower on weight. So ideally 3 should win. The lower weight advantage is definitely on 6, which is right. Okay, the lower weight advantage, that is 52 chasing. Now now that's all that is possible at this point of time. I think so here is the thing. So it's 53. It's 7. That is right. Accident here, which is a lower weight EW, which is good. After that, it puts on pressure. So I'll chase on neutral here. Is 1600 meters per day. I don't know. Let's see. So here what happened? The 10 with the low pressure went through. That is the genius which worked on a 53, and then it is 1. And 58. 2 just did not work. Sorry. This is dicey, man. Is good, so we can't take them. This one is also like that, 53. Is the right 57. No, it could go anywhere. It could go anywhere. 3 is in safe custody as long. I mean, that's what we can see. 3 is in safe custody. 6 has the lower weight, but this time it is not like this. Okay, 10 was with the right jock, which 2 was not. But here the 6 is the lower weight, but the jock is like that. So we'll see how that works. I'm hoping the 6 gets through, which is the right odd. I mean, that's the lowest one, but the jock gets into trouble here. Ideally, it is the right odd also, because 1600 meter will pressure, low pressure, high pressure. So this is a higher one. The jock is rightly placed. This is lower than all that. Here it will not work because the jock are going on the higher node, and these are like very wide and all that is happening. So and they're lower weight, so 3 is the right odd. That's true on a 57, but then becomes the problem where it'll land, because where it can land, I mean, ideally the 6 is the lower weight where it should land. That's the EW, but that's where the jockey has been sabotaged, and the others are looking too scary. Those are 9-year-old gildings, and this one is a 7-year-old gilding. But if that's 1.5 up here, then we have a lower one, which is a 4, which is here. So that's a drop. Okay, so how this will work is God knows, but 3, probably 3 is the right odd, and 3 should work. That's that, but here it is getting into problems. So that's that. That's that. Let's see how that works. 3 is probably the right order. 3 is a rat. Now, Adamant says 3 is a rat. Probably, maybe, but that's what the data is. It is getting here where it is on a stress level. 3 is also in a stress level. So yes, you have a way of looking at it, and it's there on the data. That whether it is a rat or not, that's a different process. That's a different thing. So we're low at 976, which will go. This is where all this thing gets dicey. So now you are talking about this one. The 5 is an 8-year-old. This one is coming from gate number 13 on a lower side, which is okay. 1 is on a higher side. Okay, so this one jock is like that. 8 also jock is like that. So that's that. Then 5 is here, which is the drop, which is a drop with a jock. What is 5? Only $1.1 million horse, not doing well. Cannot talk about all that. Cannot talk about all that. So 3 is here. 3 is right. 3 is right. Whether it is a rat, that in a horse race, if we have rats, then God help us. That is that. On the downside, these guys, they have the arrangement. So if you're talking about that, then I mean, I would have gone with 8 blindly on this, but that does not give us, I mean, that is not giving me a lot of comfort, the 8. But they I mean, both of these two horses, they have the arrangement. Okay, they have the arrangement. One is an 8-year-old gelding from gate number 12. The other one is a 6-year-old mare, which I prefer. But the problem is with the jocks. Okay, these two are with the jocks. That is the problem. And then these they follow. So 3 is in a right custody, and then if that 9-year-old gelding gets in, because that is that, then that is that. But I do not have the, I mean, knowingly, I do not have the courage to go with a 9-year-old gelding. Neither do I have the courage to go with these two horses, because they're not in a winning proposition. Okay, we are still working on this. I have not worked, I mean, we still have to figure out how it is interacting where. So that probably is something that we need to work on. So once it is like that, then it is like that, and it's right on the face. So it is here, then what do we talk? There's a 9-year-old gelding with a rop, and then if this is a 57, Then the other 50, then it would be here. But that generally bad idea. A6. That's a 54. This is a 53 with a drop. This is a 54. 54 neutral, but jocks. So I mean, the 4 gets in from various. The 4 is coming into picture from a lot of angles, but not sure. Six, 8, 9. 6. Let's see. What happened? Did we miss the race or what? Flemington, race 7. Race 7 was 452. We missed the race. 452. 8. So that 4 was coming into picture from everywhere. 4. That 4 was coming into. We missed it. We missed the race. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. But that 4 was coming into picture from everywhere. The 3 that was there, but 4 was coming into picture from everywhere. Anyway, we'll go to the next. I'm so sorry we missed the race. I'm getting old, that's all. Thirteen, 12, 2 and 7. It's 5 minus 1, 60, 59, 2. 5 minus 1. So ideally that 2 should win, but again, what happened here with the 4 was side. The 4 was on a lower side. Went through. Ideally the 2 should win, but it will not, because that's where the 2 stands. They are fixing it up here, and the 2 will not win. The 13 is a dicey proposition because that's a 56. But that is not in a position to win either. On a 1200 meters, so 13 is the right odd. So what is happening? So 2 is the 2 should ideally win. Okay, I would have gone blindly with 2, but here is the fact that the 2 is getting fixed here, so the 2 is not in a winning position. The 2 will not win. Now ideally it should be the top weight. It should be the top weight. So sorry, ideally it should be the top weight. So if that cannot win, then we come here, but that's equally bad than this one, which is 4. This one is good, but then this is 0.5, then we will be here on 511. 57.55 is a check. Let's see, 13, 537, 58. But okay, so that will not work because of the jock, and that is here, which is not going to work. Then this is 10 will not work, and 13. Is not. Will not work on this. That will not work. The 5 will not work, though they have the arrangement. This is a fantastic arrangement on the 2, but that's where it stands. It will not work. 13 stands with the jock arrangement, but it is on negative line. It's a 56. I don't know what they're trying to do with this. This is a very heavyweight horse. But from a 56, winning is difficult. So there is something that will work against it. And what will work is I don't know. The 13 stands here. Okay, that's 56. And then the 1, which is 57. But it increases here. So then 8 comes into picture, which is absolutely in a devastating state. So honestly, I don't know. 11, 12, 13 is a 0, and the other 0 is the 8. And where they have this, they have this. So 13 probably is the right order. Will not win because here 12, 54. God knows what will happen. I don't know. I think probably is. Gate, shout out. That is a good news for you, Gate.
Ground and still beat them. You look deep into that form, and some of those horses like Sandown and Co. you can tie in form-wise with some key rivals here, and at least he has some upside to him, which he'll need to come up a notch here. It's generally a good horses race, the Creswick Stakes, and he'll need to be one of those. Ferrari's, I think, a big danger. Underrated this horse last start. I thought Gate 1 would bring her undone. It did not. A great ride, weave through and nailed Wise In-Law. Not much between those two again. Falsehead Star ran very well that exact same race back along the inside, which wasn't the A+ ground. Just the query is staying at 1200, but certainly in the mix, as is, Chains of Love, who comes off, a win in a highway, sure. But you go back 2 runs, and she's running well in a listed race. A few of those you can tie form-wise into Regal Award, who I think would be favourite here. Yeah, I can make a case for most of them. Can't wait for the race, but it's not easy. My number's 9, 12, 6, 7.
Yeah, treading pretty carefully with Tab. 370 to 440, back into $4 for Chains of Love as the favourite. Second pick, number 12, Ferrari. 7 into 5, but back out to 6. Wise In-Law, number 2, 650. Out to 750, back to 650. Full Set Star, number 7, trims in by $1 overall to $8. Ludlam, the value play for gate at 9, 10, back into $9. Couple of specs at longer odds, Blethen, $16 into $15. And at longer odds, La Astro Chat, number 4, is $34 into $23. You said it's generally a good horse's race. There have been some very good winners of this in the years gone by. Front Page, Guitra, and even Nature Strip, Gator.
Yeah, that's right, and a couple of other real smarts who right to party as well, who went on to run place in a Group 1 Tab Champion Sprint, or the Champion Sprint there. But Nature Strip would be the banner horse out of them.
Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Chains of Love, 380 out to 4. Ferrari, 550 out to 6, back to 550 last 15 minutes. Wise In-Law has fans to beat both. Number 2, 750 into $6.50. He's been ticking along beautifully of late for Moody and Coleman.
Yeah, he has. He beat a good field 2 back, and he was one of my better bets last start. He looked home, run down by Ferrari. His challenge today is gate 1, so they need a good ride and a bit of luck. But look, the inside lanes are holding up okay here.
Full Set Star, 850 into 8. Ludlam, the value play for Gator, 10 into 9. Nibble for Afterburner. And La Astro Chat is firming everywhere at big odds. Number 4 for Carey and Walker, Patrick Maloney, 31 into 21 late with the bookies. And good behind I'm a Tease here last time out at 1100.
Yeah, that's right. Gave a great sight there. And I'm a Tease, you can certainly tie in the form here through many key rivals, including Ferrari and Co. So if he can run a strong 1200 out, he can win.
Ludlam, your value play, promising horse, freshened and back to the Cranbourne jump outs.
Yeah, a little gap between runs. He's certainly on that upward trajectory. As I say, he'll need it because he does come up in grade, but I think he could measure up here.
8th on finals day, the Creswick Stakes at listed grade for $175,000. Here's Matt Hill.
Sent a fist of it down there. Ferrari coming along, so Recuperato and Ludlam, the final 2. They go the famous straight 6 again here at 1,200 metres. And the TAB favourite Chains of Love at $4.50 ahead of Ferrari at $6.10 and Wise In-Law at $7.50. Recuperato takes the outside and the field is locked away. The Creswick 1,200 and away, and Chains of Love hesitant at the start, one of the last to leave. Prince Tycoon began well. La Astro Chat towards the outside, also bounced away fast. At the moment, they're in 2 distinct groups. Over on the far side, Prince Tycoon led from Afterburner and also Wise In-Law as they complete the first 300 metres of the contest. They will follow next.
Best of luck, Adoman.
To settle down, Chains of Love. It's driven up behind that leading division over on the far side. Ludlam's in that group as well. Also Lauberhorn, and towards the back of that group, Barari and Tatakayuta. Up the outside, it's La Astro Chat leading from Blithen, Falset Star, Ramping Lass, and then well back in the field, Blankfield and Recuperado. 500 metres to go. Prince Tycoon over on the far side from Wise In-Law, Chains of Love, and Lauberhorn behind them from Ludlam. Up the outside, La Astro Chat 2 lengths in front of Blithen, Falset Star and Amping Lass. Prince Tycoon 250 metres to go, joined by Wise In-Law. Then Afterburner, Chains of Love, and further back, La Astro Chat led the outside division, but Wise In-Law kicked for home. 100 metres to go. Wise In-Law is a good length and a quarter in front of Prince Tycoon, coming again, but Wise In-Law ridden for dear life has won it.
2-1.
Wise In-Law from Prince Tycoon, and then a photo for third between Barari and Chains of Love, and then Afterburner and Recuperado. Next to finish, Blankfield in company with Ludlam, La Astro Chat, Lauberhorn, Tatakayuta. Amping Lass towards the back with Blevin, and at the end, Falset Star.
Wise In-Law home for Luke Cartwright to pay the 7 range across the totes and beat Prince Tycoon. Close for third. 13 on the inside looks prominent. Chains of Love. 12 between runners. Barari takes a late dive. 2-1 and a photo between 13 and the 12. Wise In-Law has now won 2 of its last 3 and 3 of 14 overall for Moody and Coleman.
Yeah, just a good little horse, isn't he? And they tried him at 1400. I think he runs at
Number 12 has been scratched. 1, 7, 3, and 9. Okay, so this is again going to be a quality. So what is happening is this, that there are, so what happened here, the two won. Okay, that was the jockey arrangement. I would have, that's the highest weight also, and the jockey arrangement. But here it was on the orange side, but on the lower side. Okay, this was on the lower side. And the 13 with that weight was winning, was difficult. That is not the winning weight. Okay, for a 1200 meter, that was not the winning weight. So the two was the right one, but I did not have the confidence to go with this because the jock is showing like that, but now that is that. So here the 5 is the same arrangement. Okay, the 5 is the same arrangement as 2. This is the same arrangement. This was better. And the 5 is the same arrangement. So the 5 is the one, but it doesn't have a form line. That's the thing which is there. But if we, and then the rest of them are like all orange. And here, these are the things. So it'll drop. And I think it'll drop pretty well here. That's a fantastic form line, but this is lower. Okay, 0, and then probably jump up on 1, which is the high pressure. This is showing negative. This is very strong negative. Do these horses win? Yes, they do, but in very circumstantial races. So we'll see how that works. The 5 is the arrangement, and that does not have the form line. So how they are, so what happened here and everywhere is this, that, you know, what the bottom line is this, that there's an advantage on a lot of horses. There's a lot of things that happens now. You know, this particular section is something that is that we are trying to get from the body weight of the jocks. Okay, so the higher it is, that is bad. The lower it is good. So on the higher side, if it is lower, that is good, but I still don't know when that will fail. I still don't know when that will fail. So like here, it's a 1600 meter. There's a lower weight which will come in. Now the 10 is a 52. That is the lower weight, lowest. All right, but this is a drop. This is a drop. The lower weights which were coming in, if you look at the lower weights which were coming in, like the 10. So this was not a huge drop. Okay, this was not a huge drop. This was a moderate drop. And here it is a huge drop on a 52. So that probably is not it. So in that case, a lower weight is probably here, which is rightly, because that's a drop, that's a low drop, which is there. So that is there. So that's that. Then the low pressure then jumps either here or here. We'll see how that works. But that 5 is a check.
Yeah, look, he had the right run given the pattern of the day, but gee, won well. You mentioned that 2.5 lengths is a decisive margin. He was just no match for Clever Trevor prior to that, so that obviously ties in. And I don't think he was even in the A+ ground. That was that big swoopers day at Caulfield. They were nearer the outside fence than inside. So I think he ran every bit as well as the winner there. Clever Trevor, there's much between them, and he's the better price. Clever Trevor's in logical danger. Been a fan. Was with him last time, their best bet. He only just got there, but he got there. Now he's got to carry the 60 kilos and run a mile. I don't have any reason to doubt him, but he's still got to do it. Kaleo, internal bleed, latest, forgive. I think it's over. The odds at $9. And Zebra Finch, the pick of the double figure odds for mine. Wet track's the key to this horse, and he gets that. 3-1-2-8.
Let's have a look at the late figures with the bookies. We're 3 minutes away. Clever Trevor, $3.30, $3.40, back to $3.30. Obvious is $6.50 into $6. Lucky Boom, $5.50 out to $7. Kaleo is $10 into $9.50. Little Nibble Zebra Finch everywhere, $12 into $11. Seriously Hot number 4, $20 into $16. Gator, what's the read off a duck egg here last time out at 2,000 metres. Into today off a freshen and comes back to the mile.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of key factors here. It just was the wrong day to lead on the inside at Flemington last time, on the 6th of June. That was the big run-ons day. All the winners were back and coming wide, so forgive. Prior to that, led, kicked, beat a horse called Kaleo, who's here. So I think there's a couple of factors. Yes, coming back to 1,600. Yes, gets back to a likely level, well, it is a level playing field, and that can see a return to form.
And a little specking too for Triumvirate, number 10, who was really good winning on the Heath track at Caulfield last time out.
It was a good win. It was his first win, but it was a good win. So he still has some upside for sure. The margin was near 4 lengths. Going through his form, it's tough to line him up. But what he will do off that evidence at the last start is run a strong 1,600, and he draws to get a good trail here.
So Clever Trevor is the favourite here. Really smart colt, chasing 5 straight wins. 3 weeks off now to the 1,600 for the first time. Got to give them all at least 2 kilos.
Yeah, and run the mile out. So they're the challenges for him. So let's see how he goes. I mean, as I say, I've got no reason to doubt him at 1,600. He travelled into that race really well. He also like he was going to put them away easily. Now, he didn't do that. But he only won narrowly. But I think he beat a good one in Cardamom. Shortened version. I've got no reason to doubt him at the 1,600, but we are going to learn something either way here.
Obvious is your top pick. A very consistent early record. Was 3 weeks between runs last time out and a fortnight off this time.
Yeah, and he's proven at the mile. I guess that's a little advantage to him. He loves wet ground. That's the key to him. And look, he beat a couple of key rivals in this race last start, and he beat them well.
Kaleo, you've got in your mix, is attracting some interest. The Churchill 3-year-old for Kieran Maher, John Allen.
Yeah, I really liked the fight 2 runs ago, chasing that really strong speed on that swoopers day here at Flemington. He was joined right on the line and had to share the prize, but he was brave. I was with him last time, but he made the forgive file, internal bleed.
You're locking them away for the Silver Bowl Series final, wrapping up finals day. Here's Matt Hill.
Of the contests. Great, Mardo. So the last race on the program here, what has been an excellent finals day here at Flemington. Racing in Victoria tomorrow, heads to Bendigo and also to Casterton. A great winter's finals day to come to an end here, and then just with a little bit of spring in the air, it might not be weather-wise, but the Monash Stakes at Caulfield next Saturday. Once we start talking about the Monash, and we'll move into races like the Bletchingley and the Ori Star over the next 3 or 4 weeks, the spring will be on us pretty quickly. Lucky Boom goes into the gates. Obvious is forward. Black distinguishing cap on Miss Revealing. Flying Dun comes along. Clever Trevor to join the line, and Zebra Finch will be the final horse to take its place. Clever Trevor just backed out at the last moment. It's being encouraged forward by the barrier boys. Victory Tune stands well in close with the Mean Fiddler. Clever Trevor, they swing the horse into the right direction, and he relents. Zebra Finch, the final one. Zebra Finch goes in, set at the mile. Starter has them, an attendant just clearing the gate there of Clever Trevor. They stand pretty well. All clear, and away they go. Flying Dun midfield away. Triumphant jump quickly with Victory Tune. Lucky Boom isn't too far away. Flying Dun's pushing up as well. And then came Obvious looking for a forward spot. And also getting up there is Seriously Hot. So as they reach the 1,300 metres, Lucky Boom led Flying Dun and Seriously Hot made a line of 3 early. A length and a quarter, Obvious deeper. Triumphant the fence. Victory Tune the centre. A length and a quarter, the Mean Fiddler. And then came Clever Trevor, who's off the rails and would be 5 or 6 off the lead early. Then came Callio Flying Khan, Miss Revealing, and 3 lengths Zebra Finch. 9.50 out, Seriously Hot, led by a length to Obvious, who's working up around them. Flying Dun looks for the box seat, third on the outside of Lucky Boom. They're 2 lengths Victory Tune and Triumphant. Further back in the field, the Mean Fiddler and Clever Trevor, who's just up on the steel and would still spot the lead. 6 approaching the corner, but wants to get going 3 wide. And then Miss Revealing Callio towards the back of the field. Flying Khan and Zebra Finch is last. Around the corner, 5.50 out. Seriously Hot from Obvious the outer. There's a run if good enough for Lucky Boom up on the inside. And Williams blew the whistle. So Lucky Boom goes up at the 400 metres to join Seriously Hot and Obvious. Flying Dun stoked up out wider. 2 lengths Victory Tune and Clever Trevor. Right down the centre is starting to launch too. So it's Obvious at the clock tower. Here's Clever Trevor wearing it down. Clever Trevor up to Obvious, then Flying Dun. Clever Trevor took the front, 100 metres to go. It's a length in front, and it's home, and the picket fence continues to build for Trevor. Clever Trevor won it from Flying Khan, a big run second. Then came Flying Dun, and then Obvious and the Mean Fiddler. Next to finish in the race, Zebra Finch, Triumphant, Seriously Hot, Lucky Boom, Victory Tune. He's a smart, cold, Clever Trevor going to home again at $3 range across the toes.
113, 5 and 3.
Yeah, just building a great record, isn't he? He's yet to miss the Quinella, and he's ticked the 1,600 metre box today, and he's done it with weight. So a lot to like about him and the way he's progressing. Flying Khan, tough to miss from a run-on perspective, and Flying Dun's crying out for a dry track, ready to win.
113 and 5, my thanks to Matt Hill and to Gator for terrific.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 9 races today, and that is how it ended. But that's what it is. So the one won. One. And the 13 came in the picture. Well, that is more or less how it ended. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. Thank you so much for being there. It means a lot. And we do horse racing analytics, and we do that on Saturdays and Wednesdays. So if you like numbers and like the puzzles that we try to solve here, please come back. We will try to solve the puzzles together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend. Araman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. It was a great day for you. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gate, I know you've left, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend.